Hello, everyone, and welcome back to yet another session on polity and constitution. I hope I'm audible as well as visible. No audio. Am I audible? At that point, I had said nothing. So, how would I be audible? Okay, great. Yash, in political theory NCERT book, what chapter should we read? How innocent, Yash. Entire book. It has only 10 chapters there. Come on, read the entire book. Very important. Gurjeet, yes, you can if you follow the PPTs properly, Yojana, Kurukshetra, CNA, and all. The monthly magazine, possible, definitely not required. Bhumika, pretty decent, I would say. Not amazing, but good marks. 6 out of 15, decent marks. Hello, everyone. Okay, so Sameen, article, if you don't remember the number, it's okay. It may not always be of harm. So, okay. Sneha, very good marks. Anand Padmanabhan, yes, you can get the Yojana and Kurukshetra gist compilation from Baiju's website also. The magazines are printed by the government publication division. So you can ask your local vendor to give that magazine, but you can get the gist of the important articles in your Baiju's website also. That will be sufficient. Uh, Gist means compilation, summary of the article. That's called gist. Here you ask me the meaning of all these English words here. Gist is a summary of the article. So reading the entire article is not important. Just read the gist. Because we don't read Yojana and Kurukshetra for answer writing structure. We read it for content. So if somebody has made the gist, sufficient. Yes, Shivaji. Prayushi, 4 times of Lakshmikant, you won't remember anything. So basically, it's all about how good your memory skills are. If you can remember things, good for you. Pranay, TSC has no discretionary power. What is the power of TSC? TSC's only power is to give advice to the governor on how to improve the lives of scheduled tribes. That's it. TSC has no power. Kanishk, why will it be judicial outreach? What is outreach? Judicial inaction. No, it's perfectly fine. The SC/ST list is based on certain parameters. We'll discuss them later on. Supreme Court, High Court saying that they can't instruct is actually justified. Nothing wrong. Okay. So, Shruti, when we cover the UPSC chapter, UPSC governance classes, because in governance there's a topic called role of civil services. So UPSC and role of civil services will be taught together under governance only. Okay. Any score between or 7 or above out of 15 is a good score in the test. 5 to 7, pretty decent score. Below 5 is where you have to put in the effort. As simple as that. Answered for all the questions. Now, in the previous class, we had studied about JNK, Jammu and Kashmir, Article 370. I also told you how the modification was made in Article 370. Though some people call it colorable legislation, but still, by changing definition of Constituent Assembly, this modification was achieved. Number two, coming to a more important element here, we also saw schedule 5 areas, schedule 6 areas, and lastly, the emergency provisions, which we are actually discussing, under which we had only seen national emergency, right? And we had seen the effects of emergency also, but beyond that, the effect of national emergency on fundamental rights was a topic which was left for us to discuss. That's where we had ended our discussion. So now we'll begin our discussion at the very same point. But before that, we know very well, we discussed 5 questions for the day. And let's begin that. Khushi, overriding powers of union means if there is a conflict, union prevails. Like you and your elder sibling, they are planning to go out and or say watch a movie in the house. You may have a difference of opinion, but if there's a difference of opinion, your elder sibling, whatever they want, that prevails because he or she has overriding powers. That is called overriding powers. Anyway, now coming to the effects on, before that, 5 questions, starting with the first question. I'll give you a minute to answer. So please read the statements carefully and then mark your answer. No, Manavendra, lower court cannot go for judicial review. Okay, a lot of you got this correct. Great. Seems to be an easy question, I believe. The Indian Constitution provides for the establishment of a Tribal Advisory Council, TAC, in certain states. Which of the following statements is or are correct? A tribal member of the assembly, meaning what? Scheduled tribe, MLA, can be a part of the council. Of course they can. In fact, they are 3/4 of them. One is correct. The council provides advice to governor on matters relating to welfare and advancement of scheduled tribes. Of course, the governor will consult the TAC while making provisions for the STs. Number 3, the rules related to the council can be prescribed and regulated by the governor. Of course, that's also correct. I had mentioned this statement in the PPT itself. Rules are made by the governor. All 3 are correct. D, 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Moving on to second question. Please mark the answer. Oh, difficult question. Firstly, my energetic aspirants, this is incorrect, not correct. Secondly, it was based on revision for yesterday. Laws made by Parliament can be modified in their application to Mizoram by the governor. Parliament or states. Laws made by state legislature of Assam can be modified by the application to the state by the president or the governor. Two is also wrong. Governors of the states have no powers whatsoever, no power whatsoever to cancel laws under any circumstances. Really? I mean, if the ADCs make a law which violates the, or which is hampering public order, prejudicial to public order, or it affects the country's security, those laws can be cancelled. Yes or no? 3 is also wrong. So all 3 are wrong. D, 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So moving on to question number 3. Next question, please. I'll give you 45 seconds here. This was based on, again, memory and learning. So nothing to explain here. It is just that the Guwahati High Court is the common high court for Assam, Arunachal, Mizoram, and Nagaland. Manipur, Meghalaya, Tripura have their own high courts. Actually, I'd also mentioned that these high courts have 4 or 5 judges. Sikkim has 3 judges. So I'd mentioned that as an example in the class also. So you should have known this. And then in the table, we also had the Guwahati High Court referring to certain states. So that was there. D is the right answer. Okay. Question number 4. Going back to our good old days of judiciary, 45 seconds or a minute. Please mark the answer accordingly. Oh. Okay, a lot of you have marked this correct. Others getting all excited, marking C as the answer. Qualifications of High Court and Supreme Court judges. 1 is correct. Yes or no? 10 years being an advocate in either High Court or multiple High Courts. One is correct. But a distinguished jurist is a qualification only for Supreme Court, not for High Courts. For High Courts, either lower judiciary or an advocate. That's it. This jurist concept is only meant for Supreme Court. Remember the photograph of professor only for Supreme Court? 2 is wrong. A, 1 only. Okay. And the last question for the day. 45 seconds. Easy question. Oh my God. First one is correct, of course. Article 76. The Advocate General. This person assists the Attorney General. At the state level, you don't have this concept. Remember? This is only meant for the central level. So at the state level, you don't have the concept of Solicitor Generals. All we have is public prosecutors. So 2 is wrong actually. It was not the attorney but the Advocate General mentioned here. So 2 is wrong. A, 1 only is the right answer. Are we clear? That sums up today's discussion. 5 questions. I hope your performance was nice. Happy with your performance. Let me show you the leaderboard also. Oh, just one person getting all 5 correct. Nikita Yadav. Amazing. XY. What is this XY? Sir, what is your name XY? Sachin, Shobhit, Tanu, Yatindra, Pranay, Anil, Vaishna, Mayank, Vamsi. Oh, that's it. All of you got 4 correct. And then a lot of you must have gotten 3 correct. Gulam, Venkat Nalla, Yogita, Chetna, Taran, Nitish, Anuj, Ananya, Praveen, Abhijit, so on and so forth. Okay. So this is our last week of class. Last week of class, you can say so, though we have a class on Monday also. And we'll also have a morning class on Saturday. So this is my first unofficial announcement to you that we'll have around, say, 2.5 hours of class on Saturday also, in the morning. I hope that will be okay for everyone. 7 to 9:30. Then we have a class on Monday as well. For those who are in college, you can see the live recording, right? 2.5 hours of classes. Yes, history is also there. I just had a chat with the history faculty, Abhishek sir. We will not let the classes clash, don't worry. Okay. So now let's move on and discuss the emergencies. So this is where we had left off our discussion yesterday. Okay. Do we have a class on 11th? Yes. Why will we not have a class on 11th? What is there on 11th? Tanya, anything special? Now, effect on fundamental rights. You have to pay a bit of attention here. So focus on the current thing at hand. Tomorrow we have a class. Election does not mean holiday for me. I'll be working. Right? Oh, UP local elections. So we should have a holiday in the entire country for UP local elections. No, no, no. Sorry. No, it's an extra class, Sakshi, not for the morning batch. Even for Karnataka, no problem. Class in the evening, right? You'll go and vote in the morning. No problem. Please sit for the class. Now, coming back here, please focus on this topic at hand, effect on fundamental rights. So what exactly happens when a national emergency comes into force? So national emergency can be on three grounds: war or external aggression. Those are called external reasons. If, and please hear me out properly, if national emergency is imposed on external reasons, that is on grounds of war or external aggression, then from the moment the national emergency is imposed, Article 19 gets suspended. It's gone. In the words of Rahul Gandhi, khatam. Nothing. There is no Article 19 for the entire period of emergency. So think like somebody has come and has removed Article 19 from all the copies of the Indian Constitution from everywhere. It's gone for the entire period of emergency and for the entire area where emergency is in force. It is applicable to the entire country for entire duration. So entire country meaning the entire, let's use the word area, for entire duration. So that is how the Article 358 comes into picture. It is automatic. There is no need for the government to tell you or tell me that from now onwards Article 19 is suspended. It is for us to understand that the moment the president has pronounced or proclaimed national emergency on the grounds of war or external aggression, Article 19 is gone. Now, what is Article 19? We'll discuss later on. But for example, Article 19 is a right given to all the citizens, the freedom of speech and expression, freedom to move anywhere, freedom to reside anywhere, freedom to form associations, freedom to practice any profession, any occupation, any trade, or any business. These are all rights under Article 19. These rights are suspended on the spot, gone for the entire area over which the national emergency is in force. And right per se is suspended. Right is gone. Okay, this is Article 358. Tell me, did we understand Article 358? Everyone? Okay, great. I hope you remember that yesterday we had seen these two terms as conditions for imposing emergency. If you have not revised, then you will not know. Right per se, meaning right in itself is suspended. There is no right only. So Article 19 is not there in the country. Think like this. That's the meaning of per se. Are we clear? This is what is meant by this word per se. That right is gone. Okay. Article 358. However, there is one more article called Article 359. This article says that if national emergency is imposed on any ground, war, external aggression, or even armed rebellion, if national emergency is imposed on any ground whatsoever, no problem. The president can issue an order. It requires an order, and you will not be allowed to move to the Supreme Court or High Courts for the protection of your rights. Right is not suspended. Right is there. But if somebody violates your fundamental right, what happens? If somebody violates your fundamental right, then what happens? We go to courts to claim those rights. Don't we? If your fundamental right is suspended, don't you go to court to claim your rights? That movement to court is gone. So right is there, but you can't go to court during emergency. Are we clear? Everybody? So Article 358 says that during emergency, the right in itself, per se means in itself. Apologies for using a word complicated like per se, which you can't find in dictionary also, I feel. In itself, the right is gone. Under Article 359, right is there. Nothing is gone. Only you can't go to court to claim the right. So if during emergency somebody violates your fundamental right, you cannot go to court and claim it. Are we clear? After emergency, you can claim it, but during emergency, you can't. So rights are alive. Rights are not dead. I just can't use it. Clear? This is Article 359. This is meant for all the fundamental rights, and this can be specific also. So it is possible that the president can say, for the people of Chhattisgarh, Article 14 is not there, or meaning you can't go to court to protect Article 14. For people of Telangana, you can't go to court for protecting Article 19. For people of, say, Mizoram, you can't go to court to protect Article 26. It can be varied. Are we clear? It can be varied. That's it. So it can be specific for an area for some time. But when it comes to the Article 358, once it is there for the entire area where emergency is there. Are we clear on this, everybody? Please tell me if there's any doubt. Now, you cannot go to court to claim any other fundamental right except, you can see this thing here, they are also mentioning except Article 20 and Article 21. This was added via 44th Amendment Act 1978. So basically what happened was, what is Article 20 and 21? Ignore it for now. Just think that Article 21 actually means right to life and liberty. That is Article 21, the most important right. If you're not alive only, then what's the point of all the rights? So in 1978, when Janata Party came to power, it modified the provision and said Article 20 and 21 will never be taken away. It will always be there. So the president cannot issue an order to suspend your movement to court to protect Article 20 and 21. Are we clear? So this exception has been added by this amendment. Earlier, before this, everything could be suspended. I hope this point is clear. I'll repeat once more both of these articles and then refer to the video which will be available, because largely people would have understood it. Okay. First is Article 358. So forget the articles for now, understand the concept. National emergency can be imposed, number one, on grounds of war, external aggression, or armed rebellion. Okay. if national emergency has been imposed on grounds of war or external aggression, right, then from the moment this particular emergency is imposed, from that moment only, Article 19 is gone. It is not there. So even after emergency, during emergency, if you go back and see, Article 19 was not there only. It's like somebody has come and has taken away Article 19 from the Constitution. Clear? So right becomes dead for the entire period of emergency, for the entire area wherever the emergency has been imposed. It does not require any special order. It is automatic. No PO is needed. This is PO, presidential order. Are you clear? Number 2, if emergency is imposed on any ground, say war, external aggression, or armed rebellion, then the president can issue a specific order and can tell us that our right to go to court to get the protection for some fundamental rights can be removed. Some fundamental rights, except 20 and 21, meaning the president can never issue any kind of order which will prevent us from going to court to get the protection of Article 21, which is very logical. Why? Because Article 21 means right to life and liberty, right? If we are not alive only, then what's the point of any other thing? So Article 21 will never be taken away. I hope this point is clear. Article 21 is never suspended in any circumstance. It is never ever taken away. It is always available. Okay. So this is there. Now you may see that war and aggression are a condition here also. Here, right is not suspended. Only movement to court is suspended. But here, the right is suspended. So this is a more wider applicable point because it takes a right only. That is why we say Article 359 is very narrow. Rights are alive. You cannot just claim it right now. That's it. Okay. That's all. Article 21 is a preamble? Ignore Article 21. I am telling you what is Article 21. Right to life and personal liberty. Just assume that this is Article 21. Have full faith in me. Please don't ask this question. Is this president's discretionary power? Please don't break my heart. If there was this president's discretionary power, why would I hide this information from you? I would have mentioned this information in the chapter President only. Yes or no? Right? If anything is president's discretionary power, I would have told that in the chapter President itself. So please don't ask this question again and again. It makes no sense. I think I have said this so many times now. Nothing is done by the president. Why do we have to make this statement just to make fun of the president? She'll feel bad about it. That in some random coaching institute, people making fun of her. Let's not make fun of her. Okay. Full respect for our president. Yes, Neilata, both have different implications. 358 is a very strong one. It takes away Article 19, but 359 is a mild one. It only, for a small period, suspends your right to move to court. Yes, Shalu, absolutely correct. Okay. Now let's move on. We are done with national emergency. But a small point needs to be made. Why was this Article 20 and 21 added later on? There is a very interesting story behind it. And we have to also understand it because there is a landmark case in the country which is called ADM Jabalpur versus Shivkant Shukla. Okay. This was a case of 1976, meaning during emergency. So there used to be a law in the country. The law was called MISA, of no concern to us. You can Google for the full form. MISA was a law called Maintenance of Internal Security Act. MISA. It was also called popularly Maintenance of Indira and Sanjay Act because it was being misused to maintain Indira Gandhi and Sanjay Gandhi in power. Anyway, let's not make any sarcastic remark against any politician. So now, in 1975, a modification was made during emergency and a section 18 was added to this MISA law, which said that if the government arrests somebody, arrest, your liberty taken away. Article 21 taken away. If the government arrests somebody, you cannot go to court and challenge it because emergency is there. So basically, during emergency, any and every right can be taken away. Each and every right can be taken away, including right to life. This matter went to court. That how can you take right to life without following a procedure? What if the police randomly arrest somebody? Then what's the point of all these rules, laws, etc.? And of course, Indira Gandhi's government had arrested over 36,000 people, most of them for political crimes of what? Opposing the government, making fun of the government. So when people say, oh, today there is fascism, there is a emergency-like situation, no, it is not. No, it is not. So that was an exceptional situation. Anyway, this matter went to court. That how can you take away right of life and liberty of somebody? That should always be there, right? Whether emergency or not. So this was a 5-judge bench, a constitutional bench. 5 judges: Justice A.N. Ray, Justice M.H. Beg, Justice Y.V. Chandrachud, Justice P.N. Bhagwati, and Justice H.R. Khanna. These 5 judges, and you will be surprised that these 5 judges did not say that Article 21 should not be taken away. They said, yes, the government has complete right to suspend all fundamental rights. The right of government to suspend all fundamental rights was upheld. 4:1. So let me just change this. 4 judges, these 4 were in favor of government, saying that if the government wants, it can kill you also. No questions asked. What nonsense is this? If the government wants, during emergency, it can kill us also. Really? Is that what we have the elections for? To hire people who can impose emergency and kill us randomly? Only one judge, Justice H.R. Khanna, whose name you must remember, was the judge who said, sorry, Article 21 is not the only source of right to life. Right to life is rule of law. It's a natural right. You can never take away life of a citizen or any person without following a procedure, randomly arresting somebody, you cannot take away Article 21. Cannot. So, anyway, this was a classic example of our great Supreme Court not upholding rights of people, but succumbing to the pressure of the government. And that's why we say that, the submission of an independent judiciary to an absolutist government is the last step in the destruction of a democratic society. The only thing that people have in such extreme circumstances, right, is what? Is the Supreme Court, the high courts, to protect our rights. Why do we have separation of powers? To ensure that the judiciary is free from the executive's clutches. This is how you use it. And you'll be surprised. A.N. Ray was the Chief Justice of India at that point of time, made by Indira Gandhi only. Y.V. Chanchud, father of the current Chief Justice, was the longest serving Chief Justice. M.H. Beg, Chief Justice in future. P.N. Bhagwati, Chief Justice in future. The only judge who never became the Chief Justice and was right in his judgment was H.R. Khanna. And in 1977, when H.R. Khanna was the senior-most Supreme Court judge, he was about to become the Chief Justice. Indira Gandhi appointed M.H. Beg as the Chief Justice of India. Why? Because H.R. Khanna had given a judgment against Indira Gandhi in the ADM Jabalpur case. So he had to, sacrifice the post of Chief Justice in future. This is what we have been through. So the great Supreme Court has a very tainted kind of past. Are you clear on this? That is why we say judiciary can be of two kinds. Understand this concept. Judiciary can be assertive. Upholding rights of people. Assertive. Judiciary can also be committed. Towards upholding government's policies. What do you think is the correct judiciary? Tell me. Committed or assertive? What would you think is the right approach for judiciary? It is always going to be assertive. A committed judiciary can never be successful. Why? Because if your target is to uphold government's policies, what if the policy is biased? What if the policy is against the rights of people? Your idea is this: be an assertive judiciary, not committed. And this is a classic example of a committed judiciary, which is the only task is to say, be the yes man of the government. That's not why we have the judiciary for, right? That's it as far as our this concept is concerned. Okay, I hope this is understood by everybody. The great ADM Jabalpur case, which showcased, and interestingly, in the year 2011, Justice P.N. Bhagwati issued a public apology for this judgment, saying that we were wrong in the Jabalpur case. The government has no right to take away life and liberty of people. That is why when Janata Party came to power, it had to add this exception. Movement to court for any right can be suspended except 20 and 21. Because of ADM Jabalpur, we have to counter this judgment, right? So 28th of April 1976 was the date of this judgment. I think a black mark in the history of Supreme Court, that's there. Vamsi, how can the government appoint a judge as CJI? That was before 1993. Because before 1993, the advice of the CJI was not binding. So there have been two instances where we have not seen the senior-most judge become the Chief Justice. And those two instances were both by Indira Gandhi, One was A.N. Ray. A.N. Ray was made the Chief Justice in 1973. Why? Because he gave a judgment in favor of Indira Gandhi in the Keshwanan Bharati judgment. And one was M.H. Beg, because he gave the judgment in favor of Indira Gandhi in the Jabalpur case. Otherwise, it has always been a standard situation, the senior most judge becoming the Chief Justice of India. And now after 1983, it's mandatory. Okay, that's it. Let's move on now and look at President's rule. So what is President's rule? President's rule is also commonly called as a state emergency, national, state, or sometimes referred to as a constitutional emergency, state or constitutional emergency. Anyway, before we come to that, let's firstly understand this Article 355. Now, this article, I'm sure those who are following news too much, I don't appreciate following current affairs in a crazy fashion, but you should follow the news regularly. So those who are following the newspapers and all, you would have seen this Article 355 being referred to in case of Manipur, that the government has invoked Article 355. Though there is no order like this, some random MP is making this statement, so we cannot really get to know whether it is actually there or not. But what is this Article 355? So Article 355 imposes a duty on the center. So it is the duty on the center or of the center. Two things. Number one, to protect every state against external aggression and internal disturbance. Are we clear? How to protect, that the center can decide. But it is my duty to protect the states from any kind of external aggression as well as internal disturbance. Are you clear? That is my duty. Secondly, it is also my duty to ensure that the government of every state is carried on in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. I have to make sure that the government of every state is carried on in accordance with the constitutional provisions. Right? So this is how we have Article 355. Are we clear on this? Government of every state, state government is the reference. Clear? So maybe if at all the Article 355 is being used in Manipur, though we don't have any official order, I did not see any official PDF from the government of India, so I cannot comment on that, right? Just some MLA or some security advisors saying it may not be sufficient. We need to see a government copy also. So it was not available till at least a couple of days before. So maybe because in Manipur there is a lot of internal disturbance going on, which is not just a small law and order problem, but a larger public order problem affecting lives of many people, possibly this can be the first criteria. My duty to protect every state against external aggression and internal disturbance. Like duty of your father to protect you against neighbors beating you or your older siblings beating you. Same thing. That's there. Internal disturbance in the house and external aggression also. Okay. And also to ensure that the house runs in order, meaning the state governments follow the constitution. Now, first one is okay. We have various tools. We can use armed forces, rapid action force, all these things can be used. What to do for the second part? Second part is what is actually referred to as President's Rule. President's Rule, Article 356. So, who can impose it? Of course, as the name suggests, the President can impose it. Again, before you ask me, Article 74. Central government does it, but we say the President imposes it. How? On its own or on his own? The President on his own can do it. Or if the Governor gives a report, this is actually the power of Governor. He can give a negative report to President that, sir, impose President's rule in this state. The state government is not following the constitution. Are we clear? Based on this. But then, what is the condition? When can it be imposed? Simple. When a situation has arisen in which the government of the state cannot be carried on in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. Are we clear on this? The moment the state government starts violating the constitution, we will impose President's rule in that state. This is what is known as the breakdown of constitutional machinery in the state. So in the first slide, we had mentioned this, the breakdown of constitutional machinery in the state. Are we clear, everybody? Okay. Now comes an important point here. What happens? So what? If this happens, then what will be done? Firstly, please understand, just like national emergency needs to be approved within 1 month, President's rule imposed by center has to be approved by Parliament within how many months? 2 months. But with a simple majority. Please tell me, what is the majority required to approve a national emergency? Special majority. Great. So difference. Okay, difference should be clear. Same old story. Once it is approved, it can remain in operation for 6 months at a time. But 6 months from what date? From the date not of approval, from the date of issue of proclamation. From the date of issue of proclamation of President's rule. Are we clear on this? This difference has to be understood. Now, one more thing which you have to understand. There is a sequence of events that take place, and please understand this carefully. So what happens is, whenever the emergency, the President's rule is imposed, PR, are we okay with PR? Everyone, PR stands for President's rule. If PR is imposed, then state government is dismissed. No government, gone, khatam, removed. Now, we know very well that 2 months of time is there for Parliament to approve President's rule. Okay? After the Parliament approves President's rule, then you will also do what? Dissolve the state legislative assembly. This is the order. You can't dissolve the assembly here. No, sorry. Assembly can only be dissolved after the parliament approves it. What if the parliament doesn't approve it and dissolve the assembly, all MLAs gone? That could be a problem. So follow a process. Approve it, let the parliament approve it, and then fully go for dissolving the assembly. I hope this point is understood. Okay. And the reason also. It is very logical, because only after parliament approves the president's rule should we go for dissolving the assembly. Because if assembly is dissolved, all the MLAs would lose their seat, right? So, and what if all the MLAs lose their seat and the parliament does not approve the emergency? That could be a problem. That is why. Are you clear? Yes, dissolution is mandatory. Why will you not dissolve it? That's the whole point. Now, coming to one more point. Please write the answer for this. For how long can the national emergency be in force? With regular approval of every 6 months, for how long can the national emergency be in force? Yes, there is no limit, indefinite period, unlimited time frame. There is no limit for the national emergency. We had seen this point yesterday only. No limit. It can be in force for an indefinite period of time. But there is a limit to state emergency, or there's a limit to president's rule. What is the limit? So for that, please understand the chain of events here. Very simple, very easy to understand. Let me mark first. 1, 2, 3. Let's erase this extra part to make it beautiful. Here, PR has been imposed. I hope everybody is clear. PR stands for President's Rule. Okay. At this point, PR is imposed. So it continues for how much time? 6 months. Let's assume Parliament has approved it. After 6 months, we require approval again. Approval required here. Again continues for 6 months. Are you clear so far, everybody? Now the President's rule is there for 1 year. A small point. If you want to further extend the President's rule beyond 1 year, permission of Election Commission is required. To extend beyond 1 year, ECI's permission needed. Why? Because when you have a national president's rule in a state, what happens is there is no state government. Then who is the state government? Central government. There is no assembly. Then who is the assembly? Parliament. And we want the people of the area to have a representative democracy. For how long can you deny people the right to have MLAs of their choice? So after 1 year, you should conduct elections. So we need the ECI's certificate that elections cannot be held. We have to continue with President's rule. Are we clear on this? Now, again, after this, the same story continues. 6 months, approval. Again 6 months, approval. Now, after 2 years, nothing like ECI certificate is required. After 6 months, again approval, again for 6 months, that's it, done. 3 years. A president's rule cannot be imposed for more than 3 years. That's it. That's the upper limit. We cannot impose president's rule for more than 3 years. This is the only limitation, right? And here, Tanu, if ECI's permission is not given, then we have to go for elections. As simple as that. What if it is not restored? Then we'll have to amend the constitution and provide for exception. But 3 years, how is it possible? The only possible case can be the country is in some war for 3-4 years. That's the only possible case. Otherwise, there is no possible case. ECI full form, Election Commission of India, is ECI. Arey Krish, I said no time limit for president's rule, for national emergency, not for president's rule. Sarafuddin, that is a union territory. I am talking about states. Nitesh, Punjab case is an exception. It is mentioned in the article only that that particular emergency is an exception. Any state have more than 1 year, sir? It happens on a lot of occasions. Okay. I hope this point is clear, and let me come to what exactly happens, the effects of this president's rule. So what is the effect? President will assume to himself functions and powers of the government of the state, meaning state government's powers go to central government. Number 2, state legislative assembly's power goes to whom? The parliament. So who becomes the central government? State government, central government. Who becomes the assembly? The parliament. That's it. Everything else is exactly the same. The judiciary is the same. The police inspector is the same. The Sachivalaya is the same. Same old staff will be working there. Same people will harass you. No problem whatsoever. Same constable is there to take money from you or to provide for services. Everything is exactly the same. It is just that the state government is replaced with central government. The assembly is replaced with the parliament. That's it. I hope this point is clear. Okay. That is all that is required to be known as far as president's rule is concerned. We are done with the president's rule. Now, president's rule has been imposed over 115 times. This clearly means one thing. And what is that? This clearly means that it has been misused by the governments. So how to prevent the misuse? So there has been a Sarkaria Commission recommendation and a very popular Supreme Court judgment called SR Bommai case, in which Supreme Court has given guidelines on what can be seen as a misuse and what will happen. Okay. Before that, a small article. This is not a part of emergency provisions. Please. Not a part of emergency provisions, but it has the same kind of effect. A very interesting article, actually. See, I'll explain this first. Whenever central government gives a binding order to state government on an area where the central government has the authority, like union list topic, concurrent list topic. If the central government gives a binding order to state government on an area where center has the power and the state government refuses to follow the order, does not comply with the direction, then again we can assume that the situation has come where the state government is not following the constitution. The government of the state is not being carried on in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. For example, the central government makes a law called CAA 2019. Are we aware of the CAA 2019? Please tell me. Are we? Of course we are. Now, CAA 2019 was made by the parliament. Why? Why was a... Oh, it is not the constitution, it is the Citizenship Amendment Act. Arey Baba. C here stands for citizenship. My bad. Citizenship Amendment Act 2019, which we saw a couple of days back. This was made by center. Why? Because it is a union list topic. Yes or no? Now, there is a state, say Kerala for example. It says we will not impose CAA. But sir, please understand, it is not your power, it's center's power. If they have made a law, that's final. Sorry, you have to impose it. You have to apply it. Center will say, states, come on, impose it. State says, I won't. This becomes a classic situation wherein the state is refusing to comply with an order of center over which center has full authority. Center can impose precedence rule in that state. I hope this point is clear. Okay? Where any state has failed to comply with or to give effect to any directions given in the exercise of the executive power of the union, it shall be lawful for the president to hold that a situation has arisen in which the government of the state cannot be carried on in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. Result: precedence rule can be imposed in the state. Can be imposed in the state. Can be imposed. Okay. Are we clear on this? Article 365 is also very interesting provision, but is largely not used. Okay. Now, yes, this is one more ground for PR. Guidelines. These guidelines are given by Supreme Court in the SR Bommai judgment of 1994 plus Sarkaria Commission recommendations. So, first things first, whenever you proclaim president's rule, it is subject to judicial review. Supreme Court says that we can review. Why are you proclaiming it? Very weird, right? So, anyway, WRT, as somebody has asked today also, stands for with respect to. Okay. Yes. SR Bommai from Karnataka, the current CM of Karnataka, Basavaraj Bommai, his father was SR Bommai. So this concept of judicial review is there. Secondly, if the state government works against secularism, then president's rule can be imposed. So basically, why this statement? Why this statement? I'll tell you why. Back in 1992, there was the demolition of the Babri Masjid by some people, largely unemployed youth here and there. They came and demolished a masjid. Now, whatever is the situation from there till now, it is there only, but let's understand the context there. So, these people largely came from states like Rajasthan, MP, and Himachal Pradesh. Now, the state governments in all these states were given the order to ban such organizations which are promoting these activities like RSS and all. That's what they said in the order. State governments did not ban the organization. Center said, I am giving you a direction and you're not following it. President's rule. President's rule was imposed in states of Rajasthan, MP, and Himachal. This matter went to court, right? And since in the court, lot of similar cases were already pending, like S.R. Bommai's case from 1989 was already pending. Supreme Court clubbed all the cases together and told S.R. Bommai came first, his name in the petition. So S.R. Bommai and others versus Union of India. That was the case. So in that particular judgment, Supreme Court said that the imposition of president's rule in states of MP, Rajasthan, and Himachal was correct because these states are functioning against secularism. Now, you will say, sir, what is secularism? This is the exact question that the petitioners also asked. Supreme Court, my lords, you are saying the state government is not functioning or is working against secularism. What is secularism? Supreme Court said, see, secularism is a very elastic concept. It can't be defined, but it is there. So Supreme Court refused to define what is secularism. But don't worry, don't worry. When we study fundamental rights, we will define what is Indian secularism. A task which Supreme Court finds very difficult, we'll do it. Number 3, no wholesale dismissal of opposition ruled state governments when new political party assumes power. So to give you an example of this point, let us say, let's assume that in 2024, Congress comes to power. Let us assume that, please. Okay, Congress fans, don't be too happy. It's unlikely. BJP fans, don't be sad. You know it is not true. Let's assume. If Congress comes to power, do you think it would be right for the Congress at center to dismiss all those states where BJP is in power? Will it be correct? What do you think? Will it be correct saying that in UP, why is BJP there? Remove BJP. We have won the election. Sir, you have won the election for center. People in this country vote differently for center and state elections. So please, don't dismiss such governments. This used to happen actually. In 1977, when Janata Party came to power, it dismissed across the country 9 different state governments, imposed president's rule. Why? Because they said people have voted for Janata Party at central level. So Congress has no right to rule anywhere, center or states. Very weird kind of reason. But don't worry. In 1980, when Indira Gandhi came to power, she dismissed 10 different state governments where Janata Party was there, giving the same reason. So that was there. This was a recommendation of Sarkaria Commission also, that when any party comes to power, don't start removing all the opposition ruled state governments. Because in our country, people rule or people govern or people vote differently. Look at the last time situation. In Chhattisgarh, in Rajasthan, in Madhya Pradesh, people voted for Congress just 3-4 months back. And in 2019 elections for Lok Sabha, in these states also, people overwhelmingly voted for BJP. Look at Delhi. Overwhelming majority for Aam Aadmi Party in the Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha elections. But for Lok Sabha, BJP. So that is how the people vote. So this would be a wrong notion. Clear? Then, one more thing. if the president's rule has been imposed on political considerations, meaning misuse has happened, wrongfully imposed, the court can even restore the assembly. Mind you, if the parliament has approved the president's rule, the will of majority has approved president's rule, even then, if the Supreme Court feels that the president's rule has been wrongfully imposed, they can restore the assembly. They can say, MLAs, come on, back to your seats. This is too much of power. Anyway, one more thing, assembly can be dissolved only after the parliament approves the central rule. Can we see this point here? Assembly can be dissolved only after the parliament approves the president's rule. Clear? And lastly, Supreme Court and High Court can compel the union government to disclose material on whose basis president's rule has been imposed. So they can ask the government, tell us, show us those materials on whose basis you have imposed president's rule. Are we clear on this? So these are some guidelines given by the Supreme Court and Sarkaria Commission to prevent misuse of president's rule. Yes, these guidelines need to be followed. If you don't follow it, somebody goes to court, the court can question you. Simple. Now, in our country, there are only 3 situations where president's rule can actually be imposed. Only 3 situations. Number 1, under Article 365, after you have given sufficient warning. Without warning, no. Meaning, if your father is telling you, please study, or mom is telling you, please study, please study, please study, stop, keep the mobile phone down, keep it down. After 3 or 4 times, a slipper comes flying across the room on your face. So you have been warned sufficiently. That kind of warning is required. I mean, the state government has to be told, please comply with the order. If you don't comply, warning that please, last warning, then impose president's rule. Number 2, if any state government works against secularism, if you start making policies which are against any religion or which promote one religion only, so again. And finally, if no party is able to form the government in the state, what is that called? No party able to form the government. What kind of assembly or legislature is this? When no party gets the majority. Okay, very good. This is called hung legislature. When no party is able to form the government. Are we clear? Everybody. So these are the only 3 conditions when we have the president's rule. Anand Padmanabhan, sir, can you say the president's rule in Kerala? See, in fact, the first ever misuse of president's rule happened in 1959 in Kerala only, when the Nehru government dismissed the Kerala government. Despite the Kerala government holding a majority in the House, the central government said, even though this government has the confidence in the House, majority in the House, it does not have the confidence in the hearts of people of Kerala, and dismissed it. Okay. So this is there. Rishan Dandor, sir, you said president can appoint CM. Yes, he can. Not the president, sir. Governor. Governor can appoint a CM, but the CM has to prove majority. The point is, you have to prove your majority, trust vote. If no party can prove trust vote, then there is no option left. We have to dissolve the assembly and we have to go for fresh elections. And during that time, president's rule is there. I hope this point is clear. Okay. Yes, Shalu, it can revoke definitely. Devansh, yes, right now I'm not delving into secularism. We'll come to the word once we study Article 25. Don't worry, we'll explain that in detail. That's it. We are done with the President rule. Shalja, President misused power. Why would say President misused power? Central government misused power. Yes. What is dismissing 10 governments randomly, 9 governments randomly? So all these things are there. Now, lastly, financial emergency. One article only, 360. Please hear me out. Don't ask me hows and whys of financial emergency. Why? Because I also don't know what will happen under financial emergency. I'll only explain the provisions because it has never happened, so we don't exactly know what may happen. Are we clear on this? Who can impose it? The president. What is the approval required? Same thing, 2 months, simple majority. That's it. So I hope now you understand. For a national emergency, one month and a special majority. For president's rule, 2 months and simple majority. For financial emergency, 2 months, simple majority. Okay. So this is there. Now, when can it be imposed? That's what I was talking about. We have no idea what the hell is the meaning of this. All it says is when the financial stability or the credit of India is under threat. What is meant by financial stability? What is meant by credit of India? These are not defined. So we can only assume possible example. There is some kind of a or India defaults on its loans. India turns Vijay Mallya, or no or low forex reserves. Meaning, if India does not have any forex reserve, maybe like India becomes like Pakistan, 10 days money left, 20 days money left, in that kind of situation. Okay. So these are situations wherein possibly emergency like financial can be imposed. So since it has never been done, we don't exactly know what will that situation be. So what can that exact number be? We don't know. But what will happen when the financial emergency is imposed? So when the financial emergency is imposed, the center can give any direction to the states to observe canons. Canons of financial propriety. What are canons? Canons means laws, rules. Propriety means good behavior. To explain this to you, which you'll understand, whenever you get money from your parents every month, you spend lavishly in the beginning of the month, enjoying life, eating outside. What is PG food? Nonsense PG food. What is this hostel food? Pathetic. By the time 20th, 21st, 22nd comes, money is all gone. The same PG food, very nice, amazing. All the things on Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra, they are just in your cart. In your cart only. Wish list cart, waiting for the next month's beginning to get more money. So what you're doing is, You, since have no money, you are observing canons, laws of financially good behavior. If I don't have money, then I will not eat outside. I will not party outside. No, say, teachers for me, only bagpiper for me, or whatever your interests are. I have no idea. So that's it. Not 10 cigarettes, just 2 cigarettes. Not a 5 not a double packet Maggie, single packet Maggie. That's the entire concept. Same thing. Center will tell the states, don't waste money, don't give subsidies, please. We don't have money. Follow rules of financially sound and good behavior. Okay. Number 2. So we have always seen this statement. Salary cannot be reduced to disadvantage. Right? During financial emergency, reduction of salaries of any class of persons can be done. Reduction of salaries of any class of persons can be done. Are we clear? This is the only exceptional situation. But the country has no money. Whether you are a judge of Supreme Court or president, what are you crying? Money, money, my salary. What to hell with your salary? The country has no money and you want your salary. So in this situation, of course, salaries can be reduced. Please understand. We fully respect you. Very nice, very decent post, very important post. But if country has money, then only will you give you money, right? Please control your emotions right now. Number 3, all money bills, all financial bills of the state governments can be reserved for the central government, because the center can say, please, state government, you give me money bills. What money are you wasting? Let me see. Like when there is no money, your parents say, wait, show me, what are you purchasing? Which new book do you want? Show me. Same thing. And basically, center acquires full control over states in financial matters. These are the effects of the financial emergency. We are done with the emergency provisions. Okay. Yes, Sakshi, railway people's salary also reduced. What is so special about railways? Uddhav, what will be the situation between PR impose and parliament approval? Same. Central government has the power and parliament has the power. That's it. Third point. Third point basically means whenever emergency, financial emergency is there, the states are functioning properly. They have their own governments. Everything is normal. But the problem is, what if some state is wasting some money somewhere in giving subsidies, money bills? So center can keep a check on the money bills passed by the state government. That's it. Yes, Shalu, as I said, anybody's salary can be reduced. Anybody. I gave the example also. No, Sakshi, not under national emergency, only under financial emergency, salary can be reduced. No, Pranay, those two are different articles. Keha, 1991 balance of payment crisis was not a financial emergency, it was a balance of payment crisis. So we averted the crisis. Done? I think I have now given sufficient examples. Priyan, first point, such a beautiful example I gave of your own personal life. How else to explain this now? That when you don't have money, you spend wisely. Don't waste money here and there. Similarly, the center can give directions to state governments. Don't waste money on subsidies right now. We don't have money. The country has no money. Don't waste money. As simple. That is the first point. Yes, Karthik, possible. Because they are newly formed states, yeah, Jhansari, that's why. Vaishna, they won't supervise, they can keep a check on bills passed by the state governments. Oh, Nutan says, sir, Indian rupee printed in India only. Then how financial emergency happens? If government needs money, they can print more money. Absolutely correct, Nutan. We can keep on printing more money, become like Zimbabwe. You'll understand this concept in your economics classes. Why can we not print more money, right? Then we'll have hyperinflation. When I use this word, you will say, sir, what is hyperinflation, sir? Come on, crazy. So I won't use any such word. Price of commodities will increase too much, right? So you'll have to purchase one Maggi packet with 20 crore rupees. What's the point? So we can't do that. Anand Padmanabhan, what emergency in the whole nation? Yes, sir. What about that? It can be done in the whole nation, of course. Vidya, no direction by center. Center has already appointed an official there. It's sufficient. Shivaji, it can only be done by the parliament, by the president, not by the Lok Sabha. Okay. Enough of discussion on economics. If parliament does not approve emergency within the time frame, then what happens? Emergency is removed. Back to normal. Are these effects mentioned? Yes, I am not creating these points on my own. I am only teaching the constitution here. Okay, we are done with the provisions of emergency. Solve this question first, right? And then we'll discuss the next topic. "45 seconds. Please don't fall prey. Read the words carefully. Some people took the bait. Ratify, approve. Which of the following is or are the exclusive powers of Lok Sabha? Exclusive power of Lok Sabha to ratify the emergency. A special majority is required. Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. Okay. To pass a motion of no confidence against the Council of Ministers. This is correct. To impeach the President of India. Wrong. Which article provides for impeachment of President of India? Please write. And oh, wait, stop, don't write. Write the article. In the same answer also write what majority is required, how many people, etc. In the same answer, same line, write the article and what is the majority required. Don't write special, I want the exact majority, 2/3 of what, more than 50% of what. Write the exact majority. Okay, some of you are right actually. Very good, yeah. Of course, it's Article 61. Yes or no? Article 61. What is the majority? You will say 2/3 of present and voting. Of total membership or total strength. This is the majority required. So 3 is also wrong. B, 2 only is the right answer. Are we clear on this? Anand Padmanabhan, financial emergency is meant for the entire country. It can't be used for a single state. If a state becomes very poor, the center can simply give money and say, come on, enjoy life. Okay, it is meant for the entire country only. Okay, that's it. We are done. Let's now discuss the last topic under our public administration side of our syllabus, that is federalism and center-state relations, and then we'll discuss the fundamental rights. Shalu, entire country, Baba, why only West Bengal? Okay, let's take a break. After the break, we'll come back and discuss all these elements. Break, please. Okay, welcome back, guys. So now, federalism. We know what is federalism, right? The idea of spatial distribution of functions. Any system of government which separates the powers between the central government and the regional government. Central government could be a union government, national government. Regional government could be the state government, provincial government, whatever. So this division, the division of power between center and states is what is called federalism. Are we clear, everyone, on what is federalism? So this is with respect to the concept of federalism that we have in general. Now, one more aspect that we need to understand is what is the situation with India. So, India is not a completely federal country. Why? Because we'll see shortly that the division of powers between center and states is not perfectly balanced or equal. Center has way more powers than the states. That is why a lot of people have called Indian federalism as a quasi-federal, like quasi-judicial, quasi-federal, semi-federal. So Casey Vere used this term in the context of India, calling it semi-federal. Or a very popular phrase used is a federation with a strong centralizing tendency. That India is a federation, of course, with a strong centralizing tendency, meaning the center eventually becomes stronger, even though we have a lot of powers for the states. Okay, this was said by Sir Ivor Jennings. But then all these definitions talk about this very Western idea of federalism. We are comparing ourselves on the or against the yardstick on the parameters built by West. So why don't we simply call India as a federation with a strong centralizing tendency, a quasi-federal? Rather than calling it that, we can simply say that India is a federation which is very unique, a federation of its own kind, sui generis, of its own kind. Whether center is stronger, states are weaker, whatever, it's a unique concept that we see in India. Okay, unlike any other country. Now, this was said by actually one person called C.H. Alexandrovich. C.H. Alexandrovich was basically the head of legal studies department in the University of Madras. Anyway, so I would prefer if you use this word in future in your answers, that India is a federation of its own kind. Why to call it semi-federal or a federation with a strong centralizing tendency? Meaning what? Center is strong. Centralizing tendency means what? Center becomes strong. So rather calling India or measuring the type of federation or division of powers along Western lines, we can simply say it's a unique situation in the country. Now, if people are saying that India is a federation or it is semi-federal, this means that there is some kind of or there are some elements, some features which are seen in a federal country also, meaning there is some division of power. There are situations wherein the center and states have different powers. Those are called federal features. All these elements in the Indian Constitution provide for the idea that yes, somewhere India also is partly federal. Dual polity. Now comes the question, what is the meaning of polity? We are studying Indian polity. In the first class, I had mentioned what is polity. Tell me what is polity. What is polity? In the very first class, okay, polity means form of government. Dual polity, meaning dual form of government. Don't we have a dual polity? Yes or no? Two governments. We have the central government. We have the state government. Yes. Then we have a division of power. Keep on writing examples. What is division of power? Any example of division of power? Which schedule? Yes or no? Schedule 7. The lists that we have. Now, before we move further, just a small point. I think a lot of you have also joined the classes midway for this batch. So some things you may not understand. What the hell is this schedule 7? So for that, my advice is please go to the previous lectures, which are already there. Otherwise, it could be complete blank for you. And I see constantly those who have joined newly, they are not going to the previous lectures by the questions you ask. So it's high time we revise those lectures also. Anyway, next, we have a written constitution. I'll say written constitution. How is it a federal feature? Written constitution makes up for a fixed constitution. When something is fixed, it can't be manipulated by the central government. Things are fixed. Clear? Things are codified. You can't change it. No convention. Then we also have the supremacy of the constitution. Both center and states, they are bound, they are limited by the same constitution. It is not that for states we have a separate constitution. No, no. Then independent judiciary. Independent is the advantage, because if the judiciary is independent, it settles what kind of disputes? Federal disputes, center versus state disputes, and since it is independent, no biasness in favor of the center. Then we also have something called bicameral legislation. Bicameral. What is this bicameral? Two houses, bicameral. Okay, fair enough. Legislative, the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, two houses. So how is this a federal feature? Tell me. How is this a federal feature? Two houses. No idea. Very good. One person has mentioned this. Rajya Sabha, focus on Rajya Sabha. What is Rajya Sabha? Rajya Sabha is the representation of states at the central level. Representation of states. Yes or no? Then we also have rigidity, rigid, very fixed, difficult to change. Rigidity of federal provisions in the constitution. Now, let me explain this idea to you, and you'll appreciate this also once I draw this diagram. See, these are all the articles of the Indian Constitution, all the articles. If you observe closely, there are a lot of articles which can be modified. Modification by simple majority. Yes or no? Simple majority. But then there are some provisions which would require Article 368. Which is a special kind of majority. But wait. In that also, there are few features which are what? Require consent of not less than how many states? Half the states, 50% states. Remember this? This is the entire constitution. The Indian Constitution. So most articles of the Indian Constitution can simply be modified by law, a simple majority. Look at Schedule 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, so many. But some provisions require special majority. And even under those provisions, a few require consent of not less than 50% of the states. This is what we are referring to here. These provisions are the rigid provisions which can't be modified easily. Those federal features of the Indian Constitution. Are you clear on this, everyone? So that's there. So these are the federal features. But then people are saying India is semi-federal, strong center is there. This also means there's a centralizing tendency, meaning center is strong. Those are called unitary features. Unitary features is what we refer to as the concept of centralizing tendency. In fact, these are the features which are also called confrontational. Confrontational features, because they are always a source of confrontation, fight between center and states. So why do we have a strong center? Examples. Division of power is there. There are subjects, right? List, union list, state list. But look at the division. In the union list, how many subjects are there? 98. In the state list, how many are there? 59. It is not equal. Then we have the concept of residuary powers. Remember, first class residuary powers. Please write the answer. What is residuary power? Article 248. What is this power? Concurrent list? Not in any of the lists is called a residuary power. With the center. For details, refer to the first class of polity. So any topic which is not there in any of the lists is called a residuary power. All the powers are with the center, not the states. Okay. Then the fiscal powers, monetary powers with the center only. Why I say so is look at all the taxes that are collected by the center. What kind of taxes is center collecting? Income tax, corporation tax. These are major taxes that the center is collecting. They all lie with the central government. So division of power is not equal. States have excise duty. Drink more liquor and your state gets more money. That's the idea. Please don't drink liquor. I'm not advising you. I mean, you can drink out of your own choice. So then central control over states. Look at the state list concept. Don't we know that under Article 249, the center can make laws on state list subjects? Yes. There is also Article 250. This is national emergency. Under national emergency, center can make laws on state list subjects. But have we seen ever a situation where states can make laws on union list subject? Unthinkable, not possible. Okay. Then appointment of governor. What is this? Appointment is done by the central government. Direct appointment. Direct. No consultation with the state government. And fiscal powers. Whatever money is being sent by the center to states, who decides that? Central government decides that. Finance Commission is a body which gives recommendations, and central government decides how much money they want to throw on each state's face. Take this, enjoy. Center decides. Where is the equality? Then we have a single constitution, only one constitution, and who can amend it? Only center can initiate amendments. States cannot initiate a constitutional amendment bill. Do you remember that? Bills, something called bill was there. Few years back we had studied this topic, bills, etc. Same thing. Then the Constitution of India is way more flexible than rigid. See, half the provisions, more than half the provisions can be modified by a simple majority. Simple majority. Okay. Then we have a single citizenship. Only one citizenship. Then we have common machinery for elections. What do we have for elections? ECI. Don't ask me full form of ECI. Election Commission of India. Then for audit, we have CAG. What is CAG? Comptroller and Auditor General of India. So CAG topic will be covered under your governance classes under the topic called accountability. So then you will study CAG. Not right now. One more thing. We say that the Rajya Sabha is the representation of all the states, but are the states represented equally? Of course not. different states have different representation, right? Then it's a unified judiciary because subordinate courts challenge in high courts challenge in Supreme Court. That is what is called an integrated and unified judiciary. Now, the removal done by Parliament, number of judges decided by Parliament or the President. So states have no control over the Supreme Court and the High Courts, right? So this is there. Then emergency provisions. We have just seen, I mean, emergency is such a situation where the center gets all the control over the states on every matter. Then All India Services. All India Services is under Article 312. So currently we have IAS, Indian Administrative Services, Indian Police Service, and Indian Forest Service, not foreign, Indian Forest Service. Now, why is this a unitary feature? Again, something that you'll understand in your governance classes in a much better fashion. But just to briefly tell you, the All India Services are seen as unitary service, a unitary feature. Why? Because the ultimate control over these services lies with the center. A service to which the recruitment and the training is undertaken by the center, but the servants are obligated to jointly serve both the center and states. And because a central government servant is, or the IAS officer, IPS officer is appointed by the center, states can't remove you. If you're an IAS, IPS, don't worry, states can't remove you. They can transfer you. Transfer is also a good way of harassing people, but they can't remove you. Removal by center only. And states always find this to be an issue. They say, oh, outsiders being sent to my state, I don't like this. I want my state service people to govern here, to be the part of bureaucracy. But the entire concept of All India Service is basically to plant people at various important positions all across the country, in sensitive positions, SP, DM, etc., who will report to center on the ground realities and also ensure, right, that they owe ultimate allegiance, loyalty to center, and they bind the entire country, ensuring national unity. The steel frame argument. So the All India Services are called the steel frame of the country. This is not this steel, but this steel. Don't be confused. What's the reality? You have to decide. But the original idea was that All India Services are this steel frame, not this steel frame. Okay. Anyway. Now, coming to the second last point, destructible states. Please write the article. Don't waste time. Write the article quickly. Let's move on. Write the article. Okay, great. It's Article 3. Yes or no? Article 3. What kind of power are you talking about? your survival depends on center. When a state says, come on, federal country, what federal country? The center can immediately bifurcate you into 5 different parts. What is this power you are shouting about? So we have to, use words very carefully. This party is violating the sovereignty of the state. Words have meaning and value. Don't use words so casually. India is sovereign. Article 1, Union of States. States? Come on, you're a part of the country. Then, coming to even Rajya Sabha. Now, we are saying that Rajya Sabha is a representation of states at central level, federal feature. Very good. But is Rajya Sabha enjoying all the powers that Lok Sabha has? Of course not. Rajya Sabha has no power over money bills, financial matters, no power for forming the government, no power to raise cut motions. So all these things are there. Rajya Sabha is a weaker house, and hence the element of unitary feature. See, when the parliament represents the states unequally, all states don't have the same power. States also have different power based on their size and population. This takes away the federal aspect of it. Smaller states don't have any power, frankly. If a state is sending 2 MPs, then what power does it command in the house? Zero power. Frankly, zero power. So that is why this is there. So these are all the unitary features which therefore justify our argument that India after all has a very strong center, centralizing tendency to make the center more strong. Okay. Now we have also thought, and in fact this was said by Granville-Austin. So Granville-Austin says that India is a unique country. India follows cooperative federalism. Cooperative. The center and states cooperate. How nice, how sweet. Concurrent list is an example where both center and states can make laws. Full cooperation. One small question, again a revision. The states can make laws on concurrent list subjects which violate a central law. It is possible, right? With the prior permission or with the president's consent. Which article is that? Or is it not possible only? Can center make laws on concurrent? Can states make laws on concurrent list subject if it violates a central law? Yes or no? If yes, which article? Okay. So nice. I am humbled to see these answers. Not possible. Center has overriding powers. Not allowed. No, not violating. Sir and ma'am, sirs and ma'ams here, respectable future aspirants. If you ever go and study your previous lectures, there is a topic called governor. Under governor, we had discussed the anti-NEET bill of Tamil Nadu, where I had mentioned Article 254. Do you remember Article 254? No. Some years back, when you were a small kid, I did tell you Article 254. Those glorious days where you had started the preparation and you're in full josh, that was there. It is there. Open your notes and you'll be shocked that, oh, it's there. And you revised also so many times. So, some of you did mention the right answer. So, hats off to you. Others mentioning random articles. I'm writing no. So, it is Article 254 where center has made a law. States can still make a law which violates a central law on a concurrent list subject If the president allows, that law can continue to exist. Anyway, all India services. You will say, sir, but just now you said all India service is a unitary feature. What is this nonsense? Unitary, cooperative, complete confusion. Hear me out. Don't be upset. All India service is a very unique concept, which is both a tool of confrontation and cooperation. We have seen confrontation, right? How? Now cooperation. Think of this example. Central government and West Bengal government. You know how close they are? Best of friends. You know the bond they share, the central government and the ruling party at center and the West Bengal ruling party. Best friends forever. Now, don't you think that since these two governments are such adversaries of each other, how is the governance still functioning? There are so many situations where the state government needs central government's approval, permission, funding, etc. How is this happening? Because of you or future you. Let's say you are posted in West Bengal, IAS officer. You need some center's approval on some file. You send the file to Delhi, call your batchmate from Labasna, with whom you used to drink in Labasna. Listen, please approve the file. I sent it from there. And your friend in Delhi says, okay, work done. Gotten the approval from central minister, task completed. This is how the day-to-day administration in this country is being run by bureaucrats. Otherwise, the country will collapse completely because of the very nice bond that all our MPs share or politicians share. The country cannot survive like this. It is because of bureaucracy that the country functions. The day-to-day administration is so smooth because of the bureaucracy. For example, if you are, say, a thief, a robber, a criminal, somebody is absconding, you cross the Tamil Nadu border, enter Kerala border. Police is a stateless subject. You have crossed Tamil Nadu, you have entered Kerala. Now you come under Kerala police jurisdiction. And Tamil Nadu policemen going to Kerala, problems can be faced. The local policeman will not help you out. You go to your local SP, tell him, sir, we are going to Kerala to catch this criminal. Please call your batchmate there. Ask him to ask the juniors to help you out. Help me out. You are an IPS officer in Tamil Nadu. You'll call your friend in Kerala. Come on, I'm sending some guys. Please help them out. Provide them with local help. Task done. Day-to-day administration is going to be extremely easy because of bureaucracy. So all India services are a tool of cooperation and sometimes confrontation also. Then something called DPSP, Directive Principles of State Policy. Now what is that? We'll discuss later on. But basically these are policies that both the center and the state governments should incorporate while making laws. These DPSPs give a sense of direction to the policies made by center and state governments. Then, immunity of instrumentality. So what is this? In your city, whichever city you are staying in, there is an income tax building in your city. Yes or no? Bigger cities. Now don't say, sir, in my village there is no income tax building. In a bigger city, there will be an income tax building. Income tax comes under center. So in that income tax building, there are central government employees sitting there. IRS officers. Some of you who get lesser marks will become IRS officers. Okay. So those officers are central government officers. Right? Now, what has happened is that central government building is in some state. Does that building not need basic services like water, sanitation, drainage clearance, etc.? Who is providing that? State government, municipality. Do you think the state government can impose any tax on central government building? Not allowed. Central government buildings can't be taxed by states, and vice versa is also true. State government buildings can't be taxed by center. It is like if you are staying with your father, he will not take rent from you, and if your father is staying with you, you won't take rent from your father. As simple as that. So both the central and state governments, they are immune from this taxation, and hence we call it immunity of instrumentality, because both the central and state governments are instruments meant for improving the lives of people, providing services to people. They cannot tax each other. Okay, articles 285, article not important, 285, and this is article 289. Clear? Then one more thing, there is no division of public services. Public services are not divided. So if an IAS officer comes in a state, do you think the IAS officer's task is to only implement the central government schemes? Of course not. If an IAS officer is allocated to a state, his or her task is to implement all schemes and provide full governance to the people of the area, not to only implement central government schemes. So there is no division in public services. It's not that an SP will not solve state-based cases. He will solve all the cases. Then Article 355. Remember, we saw today only two duties of the center. Number one, to protect the states from any kind of external aggression or any internal rebellion, internal disturbance. Number two, also to ensure that the government of every state is being carried on in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. So this is the idea of cooperative federalism. Are we clear on this? Very easy, very simple. Then asymmetric. Our federalism is not symmetric. States are not at the same distance from the center, not physical distance. For example, let's say a group of 5 friends. Not every friend is somebody you share the same bond. In a group of 5-10 people also, you may share a better rapport with somebody. Somebody else shares a better rapport with somebody else. Or in a family, your parents, if you have multiple siblings, parents will not love all the kids the same. It may not be possible. Some kids will be the favorite child. If you want to be the favorite child, clear UPSC please, and you will become the favorite kid of your parents. Motivation for today is this only. Okay, so that's there. So daily dose of motivation is very, very important. So asymmetric, meaning what? Here we have the center, and all the states are at a different distance. Some states very close, some have been given lot of autonomy. So they are not all at the same distance. Distance does not mean the physical distance. Don't say yes sir, yes sir, Assam is very far, Haryana is very close to Delhi. No, not that. In terms of, say, representation in Rajya Sabha, Goa has only 1 MP in Rajya Sabha. UP has 31. Punjab has 7. Kerala has 9. So number varies from one state to another. So some states command lot of authority in Rajya Sabha. Other states don't. Then special category states. There are some states, I had mentioned the examples of these under the chapter governor from 371 to article 371 capital J. This is for Karnataka, 371J, the Kalyan Karnataka region. So some states are given some special provisions. All these are mentioned here. My advice would be, this is in your chapter Lakshmikant. If you refer to Lakshmikant, there is a chapter 37. Now, don't go and read the chapter right now. Wait, hear me out first. If any of these articles comes into news, if any article between these comes in news, then you should selectively read that particular article from Lakshmikant. Are we clear? That's it. Because a question from this can only be asked if that particular state has been in news. For example, in 2012, Nagaland was in news because of some central government oil exploration policy and all. Nagaland also has some special provisions under Article 371 capital A. And that is why in 2013, in the main examination, a question on that particular article was asked. Then it was not asked. Why? Not in news. So for this, selective reading can be done based on the current affairs. So if you follow any monthly magazine, it will automatically be covered. Don't worry on that. Then Schedule 5 areas. In how many states? 10 states. Schedule 6 areas. And we have seen Schedule 6 areas, ADC, so much of autonomy is there. Other states, people from other states can't even imagine the amount of autonomy given to Schedule 6 areas. In 4 states. Then uneven fiscal devolution, meaning what? Fiscal money. Some states get more money based on their population, based on their size, based on their forest cover, other factors. Some states get less money. So not every state is given equal treatment. And then there are some areas where there is no independence. They are called UTs. UTs have no power. UTs do not have any independence. They are completely controlled by the center. Asymmetric federalism. Okay. Lastly, competitive federalism. So we want this healthy competition. Healthy competition. Like we have 5 questions every day. That is also for a revision and to also ensure a healthy competition in the class. Okay. So this is the idea of competitive federalism. Niti Aayog promotes it by ensuring a sense of competition across the country. Then, whenever center sends money to all the states, every state is free to plan its money expenditure based on its priorities. Some state can waste money in subsidies. Some state can waste money into giving free shops to people. Some state can spend money in building infrastructure, providing jobs. It's up to you how you utilize the money. And then there are various rankings which are released by the ministries and organizations. For example, rankings like ease of doing business ranking, rankings like good governance index, rankings like NESDA. NESDA is basically e-governance index. NESDA stands for National E-Governance Service Delivery Assessment. Then you have achievement in the Sustainable Development Goals. Niti Aayog promotes it. Achievement in SDGs, aspirational districts ranking, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan ranking. What is this ranking after all? Creating a healthy sense of competition amongst the state. And Niti Aayog is the harbinger of this sense of competition. Right from the time it has been formed, it constantly provides for this sense of a healthy, constructive competition and environment where states progress. Right? That's the whole idea of Niti Aayog. Are you clear on this? competitive federalism. That's it. We are done with all these points. Now a small request, which you will not follow, I know very well, but my duty is to tell you what is there. All the slides that you have seen, all these slides, federal, unitary, cooperative, asymmetric, and competitive, please mug up all the points. If I say unitary, you should immediately vomit all the 10 points in front of me. That's us, this. That's how seriously I am saying mug it up. Okay? It is extremely important. If you mug up all these points, you will have no difficulty in attempting any answer on center-state relations. You will somehow be able to manage all your questions on center-state relations. Which are all? What is which are all? What am I saying? What is the question? What is a which are all, Swarufuddin? What is this which are all? Once again? Arey sir, you mug up all these points, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Mug up this slide, 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 mug up this slide. That's it. That is all I'm expecting. So these things are there. Oh, how do we call this? Spoon feeding, of course. Now, before that, let's solve a quick question asked last year only, and then we'll move forward. Solve this question. Please read the statements carefully. I'm giving you a minute of time. No need to hurry. Read and mark accordingly. Okay, so a lot of you got this correct. Federal features independent judiciary because it solves center-state disputes. Where is that? Independent judiciary. Okay. Why are others wrong? Logical. The union legislature has elected representatives from constituent units. The MP in the Lok Sabha. What has this got to do with federal features? Even unitary countries have this concept. So it is not a federal feature. Then union cabinet can have elected representatives from regional parties. Again, ministers can be from various parties. Even unitary countries have this feature. Rights are enforceable by courts of law. It has got nothing to do with unitary or federal. Okay. That's it. We are done. Now moving on to center-state relations. Part 11 of the Indian Constitution. Center and state relations. I think the best possible photograph that we could have for center-state relations is what you have in front of you. And center-state relations along three lines: the legislative, the administrative, that is executive, and the financial relations. So now we know a lot of these things actually. So the whole point is going to be whether you have revised things properly or not. Firstly, Article 245, very simple. Article 245 says that only the center can make extraterritorial legislation, meaning states don't have power to make laws which are applicable to people outside the boundary of the state. But center has the power to make laws which are even applicable to people outside the state's boundary. Look at citizenship. Wherever you go, you are bound by Indian laws because you are an Indian citizen. Whether you are in the territory of India or not, you're always bound by Indian laws. Some of these comments that you write are hilarious here. Prashant, okay. Then Schedule 7, Article 246. What is this? The list, the three lists that we have, the union list, the state list, the concurrent list. These three lists. Then Article 248, residuary powers. They are with whom? With the center. This is the relationship. Then Article 249. Need I remind you what is Article 249? Rajya Sabha, in case of national interest, can authorize the parliament to make laws on state list subjects. This authorization is valid for 1 year and can be renewed any number of times, and any law made under this authorization ceases to exist 6 months after the authorization comes to an end. Okay. Article 250, we know very well, Parliament during national emergency can make laws on state list subjects. Okay. Now, there is one more situation where the center can make laws on state list subjects. If the states ask the center to, if the states, two or more states, tell the center that Parliament, please, I can't make law, please make law for us, then the Parliament can make laws on those topics for the particular subject. Clear? This is Article 252. Parliament can legislate on matters of state list if two or more states agree. There is an example of this, a very interesting example. There is a topic called public health. Public health is entry number 6 under state list. Now, back in 2010, states like Sikkim and all, Sikkim, Arunachal, Himachal, Mizoram, they asked the center to make laws on matters of public health. Sikkim, Arunachal, Himachal Pradesh, and Mizoram. And a law was made. That law was called clinical establishments. I'm just giving an example to you. Clinical establishments Registration and Regulation Act 2010. Registration and Regulation Act 2010. This is an example of a law made by center on a state list subject for these 4 states, because these 4 states told the center, please make law for us, and they made a law. Clear? And lastly, if the center has gone to some foreign country and has signed some treaty, etc., and we have to give effect to the treaty also, then for giving effect to any international treaty, we have to make a law, even if the matter lies in the state list. Are we clear? Simple example. There is a UN Convention against corruption, not for corruption, against corruption. Okay. India became a signatory of it in 2011. This particular convention has an expectation that every country which signs this, they have to pass or they have to create an ombudsman, a body in the country which will keep a check on any kind of corruption activity done by public servants. Ombudsman. So, because of this, center made a law called Lokpal and Lokayukt Act 2013. What is this Lokayukt? Lokpal is a group of people, 9 people, which keep a track or which look into any kind of corruption activity done by central government people. It could be central government employee, it could be the prime minister, the central ministers, the MPs, etc. But what is Lokayukt? Lokayukt is a body at every state level wherein the task is to keep a check on corruption activities of state government public servants, be it the MLA, state ministers, chief minister, state public service commission officers, etc. But Lokayukt is meant for states. How can center make a law? Because center signed an international convention, and that is why. Are we clear on this? So there are certain situations where the center can make laws on stateless subjects. Let us now go back and amend this point we had mentioned here to add 2 more articles. Article 252. What is 252? Article 252 is when 2 or more states ask the center to make laws for that particular topic. And Article 253. What is 253? Whenever center has signed some international treaty, agreement, and they have to give effect to that international treaty or agreement in the country, they can make laws on that topic even if the topic lies in state list. Are we clear on this? Article 253 explained again. Done. So that is all as far as these situations are concerned, the legislative relations between the center and the states. Now, back in 1985, a commission was formed called Sarkaria Commission. To be exact, it was 1983 to 1988. The time frame of this commission. Time frame. This commission gave 247 different kind of recommendations. Like we saw some recommendation in the chapter governor, we saw some recommendation under president's rule and some here. So basically Sarkaria Commission, the chairperson was Justice Ranjit Singh Sarkaria. He was a Supreme Court judge, I think from 1973 to 1981. And other members included people like Sivaraman, S.R. Sen, Rama Subramaniam. You know, a few months back in Telangana, we had the Telangana Public Service Commission examinations. Interestingly, when the exam took place, I was taking the polity class there. So, in that particular paper, this question was asked on the members of the Sarkaria Commission. Though I don't think UPSC will ask this question, but yes, the state PCS did ask this question on the members of the Sarkaria Commission. Okay. So this Sarkaria Commission gave a recommendation that residuary powers, remember Article 248, it said that, see, in 1950, there were a lot of topics, like say cryptocurrency. The makers of our constitution did not know about cryptocurrency or artificial intelligence. Yes or no? Would you agree? Not possible. So, when it came to the such powers, Sarkaria Commission said, see, if after 35 years, 1983, if after 35 years, you find that there are some residuary powers, topics, why don't you add these topics in concurrent list? Let the states also enjoy powers. If there is some topic with respect to taxation, keep it with yourself. But other topics you can always add in concurrent list. Let the states also enjoy. Why should the center have all the fun? Now, whenever these commissions are formed, they will always ask the state governments, tell us what is your problem, because this commission is formed to improve the center-state relations. That's the problem. If you ask the states what is the problem, states go crazy. Some states like West Bengal, Punjab, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, they gave suggestion. They said, sir, what is this list and all? Abolish all the lists. There should be only one list, state list. And only 4 topics should be outside: defense, currency, external affairs, and communication. Every other topic should be with the state government. This is too much. Sarkaria Commission said, why did I ask you only? Anyway, some states said, sir, why don't we remove concurrent list and transfer all the topics to state list? So such kind of recommendations came. But Sarkaria Commission said, please, just relax. States, calm down. Its advice was, concurrent list, we can't abolish that. Let's retain that. But, center, don't make laws. Let the states make laws. Only in those situations where you want a nationwide uniformity in something, then make laws on concurrent list. Otherwise, let the states make laws on concurrent list. Let them enjoy. If you feel that there is too much of disparity somewhere, then make laws on those topics. Otherwise, let the states primarily make laws on concurrent list subjects. Lastly, I am writing the article here. You please tell me what is this article about. Article 200. What is this? Don't say ordinance. Its ordinance is 213. Okay, veto power. Great. And in the veto power, I am referring to a special veto which we had seen, referential veto. Do you remember this referential veto? Faint memory of this topic called referential veto. See, needless reservation of bills have to be avoided. Meaning what? Whenever the president reserves a bill for the center's whenever the governor reserves a bill for the president's or center's consideration, the good thing is that even if the state legislature sends the bill again, that bill is not binding on the president. Yes or no? Not binding. Then why does the president not decide, a center not decide on the bill in 5-6 months only? Don't keep the bill pending. Whenever the governor reserves bill for the president's consideration, please don't keep the bill pending forever. Send back the bill with your suggestions within 4 months. Such bills should be disposed of by the president in 4 months. Send back the bill in 4 months with your suggestions. If the state government still does not incorporate your suggestions, please feel free not to give your assent. Clear? This was Sarkaria Commission. Coming to Panchi Commission. Panchi Commission was a commission chaired by Justice Madan Mohan Panchi. He was the former Chief Justice of India, and this commission gave 312 recommendations. Now, Justice Madan Mohan Panchi was a CJI in 1998, and you'll be surprised to know that before he became the CJI, lot of MPs in the Rajya Sabha were trying to get signatures to raise a proposal for his removal in the Rajya Sabha. Achha, how many MPs are required in Rajya Sabha to give a notice to the presiding officer to remove a judge? Okay, 50, not 100, 50 MPs in Rajya Sabha, 100 in Lok Sabha, 50 in Rajya Sabha. Very good. Anyway, once he became the CJI, the proposal was dropped. So that could not be done. But anyway, this commission was formed again to improve or look into the center-state relations. So this commission gave some suggestions. It said there should be equal representation of states in the Rajya Sabha. Why? To protect the smaller states. Because right now what happens is, all the larger states, all the bigger states, they simply control the Rajya Sabha. If a state is sending only one MP, most of the northeastern states, Goa, etc., how can they effectively control Rajya Sabha? Some state is sending 31 MPs. 10 states are sending one MP each. Imagine 10, 15 states collectively cannot or are being overpowered by one state only. So smaller states have no say, no protection. So that was their suggestion. It was rejected by the government. Government said not possible. If we give equal representation to all the states like in USA, there'll be a problem. Smaller states can constantly gang up together and reject proposals which may impact larger part of the country. Because in our country, the state size varies drastically in terms of population also. Look at, say, state like Rajasthan, UP, Bihar, MP, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, compared to, say, Goa, Himachal, Mizoram, Manipur. The disparity is very wide in terms of size and population. So we can't have this equal representation like USA. Not possible. India is not built like USA. So we have asymmetric federalism, not possible. Point number 2. It said, so in the Rajya Sabha, I think we have discussed this point earlier also, that in the Rajya Sabha, till 2003, there was a provision that if you wanted to be an MP in Rajya Sabha from any state, you should belong to that state only. That means your name should be in the voter list of that state. Now it has been changed since 2003. So you can be from any part of the country and represent any state in the Rajya Sabha. Panchi Commission said, restore this qualification. Domicile. What is domicile? Residence. Restore this qualification, meaning in case you want to be an MP in Rajya Sabha from, say, Odisha, your name should be there in the voter list of Odisha Lok Sabha constituency. You can't be from some other state. Are you clear on this? Again, the center has said, sorry, this can't happen. We have just made a modification. No need for this. Why? Because you can simply get your name registered anywhere. You go to that state, okay, get some house rent on lease, get a local address proof, get a name in the voter list. That's it. So just for the politician will find a loophole here also. It makes no sense. Why do you want the politician to do wrong things? That is why removed. Now, the recommendation of Sarkaria Commission pertaining to Article 200 was 4 months. The same thing was said by Panchi Commission to be 6 months, meaning whenever the governor is reserving any kind of bill for the president referential veto, then please, in that situation, you have to send back the bill within 6 months. 6 months is sufficient time. Please give your suggestions, send back the bill. We don't need more than 6 months to decide. If the state government still does not mark or make the changes that you require, don't give your signature. Simple. That's it. And lastly, the same old story. Whenever you are making any kind of provision, or whenever you are, center are making any kind of law on the concurrent list subject, please also take the states on board. It's not that just unilaterally make laws on concurrent list subjects. Let the states also have their say, take their opinion also, and then make laws accordingly on the concurrent list subjects. That is all as far as the Panchi Commission recommendation is concerned. Now, moving on to administrative or the executive relations. So, one very simple article is Article 256, which says the state's executive power should not violate a parliamentary law, meaning state government cannot take any step which violates a law made by center, of course. Number two, whenever, and this is a very interesting point, are these commissions important? You can use these recommendations in your answers. In that sense, the recommendations can be learned to write in your answers. Now, when it comes to the central government and state government, please understand, central government controls a lot of these national resources. To give you a simple example, central government controls railways, yes or no? Railways. Now, when it comes to these railways, the railway tracks are there across the country. Central government has no local police to keep a track of the railways, national highways. The state government has police. Central government has no police. Okay. How can the center ensure the protection of all these vast resources it owns across the country? It's not possible. It's very limited. So wherever possible, like say you have CRPF at the airports, CISF at the airports, you have RPF for the railways, etc. It's very limited. Eventually, you have to rely on the local police or the state government also. So, center can give binding direction to states to construct and maintain means of communication of national and military operation. That can be done. Second, center has Delhi police. So, Delhi police will go to Tamil Nadu to protect the railways of Tamil Nadu. Be serious, come on. So, basically, the idea being that the center can issue orders that states, come on, construct the national highway, can do it. Or states, come on, protect the railways. All this is possible. Now you will say, sir, if the center is asking the states to protect the railways, construct some nuclear power plant or thermal power plant, etc., and offer protection to it, don't you think money is required? Money is required, right? States don't have money. Center will give you money. Don't worry, if the center wants or expects these kind of services from you, states are given a compensation. Now, what if the center says that states, please protect the railways, railway tracks, ensure that railway tracks are only used for running the trains, people don't come there with water bottles, etc., for any other use, please. So please ensure that the railway tracks are protected. Now, in that situation, the center says, take a 5-star, Come on, enjoy. That is not sufficient amount. What if the compensation, the amount is insufficient? If states find the amount to be insufficient, they can approach which court? Supreme Court. Supreme Court is going to appoint an arbitrator, and this arbitrator will decide an amount, will fix an amount. This will be final, will not be questioned. Okay, this is the whole concept. If you have any kind of issue with the compensation the center is providing, feel free, approach the Supreme Court. Supreme Court can appoint an arbitrator, and their award or their amount that they fix is going to be final. Okay, that's it. Now there are some more binding directions that the center can give. All three articles, very important. You have to know these articles, please. These three. One is Article 339, Clause 2. What does it say? It says the executive power of the union center shall extend to giving of direction to the state as to drawing or executing schemes for the benefit or welfare of scheduled tribes in the state. Are they clear? The center can give binding orders to the state governments to create schemes for the welfare, upliftment, etc. of the scheduled tribes. Binding orders can be given. Number 2, 347. Very interesting article. Now see, every state has a right to have their own official language. If you go to say Tamil Nadu, Tamil is the official language. Go to Andhra Pradesh, Telugu is the official language. Now, let's say in the state of Tamil Nadu, let's assume this is Tamil Nadu. In the state of Tamil Nadu, there are some people who are great fans of Korean rom-coms, and they love watching these Korean romantic series, the cringe-worthy series. So much so that now they have started speaking Korean only. They say we want Korean language. We don't understand Tamil, English, Hindi. What is all this? Korean. Now, if there is a substantial group of people in some part of the state which wants that their language should also be given an official status, then they can approach the president. And if the president gets a demand like this, on a demand from a substantial proportion of population, not 10 people, 4 lakh people, 2 lakh people, then the center can give binding order to that state government. State government, come on, add their language also as a list in the list of official languages for the state or for that small area. Possible. Clear? So the center can give binding orders to the states to add some languages as a part of the official language list in that state. Lastly, Article 350 capital A. I think you'd all agree that if any kid is taught in their mother tongue, at least in the primary stage, the learning outcomes are faster. Yes or no? Fully agreed on this? So, it shall be the duty, endeavor of every state. Every state should try as much as possible to ensure that in their state, if there is any group of people who are a linguistic minority, language minority, meaning they speak a different language, then at least for them, the state should try to provide for education for that group in their mother tongue. Okay, in their mother, only up to primary stage. We can't provide education at the higher stage and all. That's difficult in mother tongue. So, but for the primary stage, education in mother tongue should be provided. And the center can give binding order to states that please do it if some state is not doing it. Article 350 capital A. These are the binding instructions that the center can give to the states, administrative instructions in certain areas. And lastly, are the issues in administrative relationship. Of course, first one is the abuse of Article 356. So Article 356 has largely been abused. When I say it has been used more than 100 times, so of course it is prone to misuse. Though the abuse has come down drastically after the SR Bommai judgment, now Supreme Court is very active. But yes, that is a cause of concern. Number two, role of governors. We are constantly witnessing this. That role of governors is a cause of concern. Role of governors refers to how the governors who are appointed by center are trying to, infringe into the state's domain, not signing bills, sending to president, infringing in the state's power, etc. All these things are there. And finally, center-state conflict with respect to all India service management. So here also, as I said, all India services is a big cause of bone of contention between center and states, because states always say all these all India. Anand Padmanabhan, example of conflicts of governor. Which state do you belong to, Anand Padmanabhan? I think you belong to Kerala, is what you had said originally. And you are asking a question on this, belonging to Kerala. Anyway, so center-state conflict with respect to all India service management. All India service management is a big problem. I had just discussed this shortly. And states always have this issue that they do not exercise full control over the IAS officers, IPS officers. Why? Because they owe ultimate allegiance to center. If they try to get work from them, etc., they say all these IAS officers, they call the center and go on central deputation. What can we do? We want more control. So that is there. So these are largely the issues in the administrative relationship. Okay. Article 350A, Baldev. See, Article 350A simply says it is every state government or every local authority should try to provide education in, say, schools, colleges, or not colleges, schools, for those kids who speak a different language in their mother tongue. So maybe they'll hire some local teachers there who can speak in that language. Let's say some people in your state, you are saying Madhya Pradesh, and some people in your state speak a distinct language, which is not Hindi. Now, for them, there can be a school set up where till class 3, till class 4, all the kids are being taught basic English, or not English, basic math, science, etc. in that language, right? If the states are not doing it, then the center can actually give what? The direction to the states to please incorporate. Yes, all these are binding. If you don't follow this, Article 365, imposing President's rule. Now somebody says, explain 347 also. How beautifully I explained 347 with an example. You should then look at the video again, is all I would say. In a large state, if in a small area, there are certain people who speak a different language, say in Tamil Nadu, Tamil is the official language. If there are 3 lakh people who say, no, we are speaking Dogri, or we are speaking Manipuri, or we are speaking Santhali, and we want Santhali also to be a part of official language of Tamil Nadu, then the president can issue an order and can ask the state government to also incorporate Santhali as a part of list of official languages. Okay. Now, coordinating mechanisms. It's very important to improve the center-state relations. There is an article 263 which says that the president can set up an interstate council for what? To improve the center-state cooperation. Stop fighting. No such council was set up. Finally, in 1990, an interstate council was set up on the recommendation of Sarkaria Commission. So Sarkaria Commission made the recommendation and this interstate council was set up. Look at the members: Prime Minister, CMs of all the states, 6 union ministers and administrators of all the UTs. 30-40 members are there in this particular interstate council. This body could not function properly. If you have so many people, and see, frankly, let's look at your life also. Every year, UPSC releases a list of people who clear the examination. 700-800 people clear the examination every year. Are your parents scolding you? No, no problem. The moment your neighbor clears the examination, that becomes a cause of concern. Now your parents will scold you. Otherwise, they will not. So we are largely affected by the people we live around. So somebody, if you are in, say, Maharashtra, and somebody in Assam clears the examination, it's okay. How do you care? So think of this. There is an entire council, a group of all the CMs. Sikkim CM raises his concern. Why should the Tamil Nadu CM listen to that? Tamil Nadu has no problem with Sikkim. Or Nagaland has no problem with Bihar. The problem is amongst neighbors. So this was a real concern, that all these CMs are sitting there listening to problems of other states which they hardly have any interest in. So because of this council could not function properly. Though originally the idea was that this council will meet twice every year. But look at this. The body has largely remained defunct. Defunct means non-functional. Non-functional. And has met only 11 times. In fact, last it met was in 2016. And till 2006, this body had met only 10 times. So nobody cares. Interstate Council. Completely irrelevant body. What is important is the zonal councils. These are bodies not mentioned in the constitution. These bodies are statutory bodies which are created by what? By a law. Like zonal councils are created by or created under a law called States Reorganization Act of 1957, which was based on which commission's recommendation? Please write the answer quickly. States Reorganization Act 1957 was based on which commission's recommendation? Oh, pretty decent here. Fazal Ali Commission, the SRC. So it was a Fazal Ali Commission recommendation on which it was based. And then we have the Northeastern Council, which was formed separately under something called the NEC Act. NEC stands for North Eastern Council Act of 1971. Okay. So we have the zonal councils. 5 zonal councils are there. Northern Zonal Council, Central Zonal Council, Eastern, Western, Southern. And look at the member states of these. So if you are a member state of any zonal council, you can remember that for your interview. What is the function of the zonal council? Very simple. We want to prevent any kind of extreme center state consciousness, to prevent the growth and development of acute, extreme state consciousness. My state, other state. No, it's the country, the nation together, right? To develop the habit of cooperative working and to also make recommendations on center state and state disputes. That is the function of the zonal councils. It comprises of Home Minister. All right, Amit Shah, you won't be confused. Don't feel that Amit Shah is a permanent member because he is a Home Minister, he is a chairperson. So chairperson of every zonal council is the Home Minister only. Okay. Members, all the CMs of the states, meaning if I am referring to Southern Zonal Council, CM of Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Kerala, etc. and 2 other ministers from that state are members of that zonal council. Then admins of the UTs, they're also a part of zonal council. Plus, we also have advisors. Who are the advisors? IAS officer, chief secretaries of member states. These are the members of the zonal council. Now, the chairman is the Home Minister. Who is the vice chairman? Vice chairman is the chief minister by rotation. So let's say this year Andhra Pradesh CM is a chairman of Southern Zonal Council. Next year it will be Karnataka CM. Next year Kerala CM. So on and so forth. Are we clear? And the same thing goes for Northeastern Council also. So it is again a statutory advisory body formed under what we know as the NEC Act. We have all these 7 sister states plus Sikkim as a member, Arunachal, Assam, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura and Sikkim. Those 8 states. The CMs and governors of all the 8 states are members because in these 8 states, governors also have special powers. That is why. And here, the chairperson is chosen by the president. It's basically the Home Minister only. Currently, Home Minister of India, Mr. Amit Shah. But as per the law, the president decides who becomes the chairperson of this Northeastern Council. That's all as far as these councils are concerned. Let's end our discussion here only today. Tomorrow, a small topic, maybe around 15-20 minutes of topic left. Limitation on states' power to levy taxes, and then Finance Commission, its qualification, functions, and issues in center-state financial relations. And we'll be done with the public administration part. Then we'll discuss tomorrow the fundamental rights. Are we clear on this? That's all that is left. So let's end our discussion only today. That's all for me, guys. Jai Hind. And doubts, if you have any. One more thing. I would leaderboard. Did we have any poll? Not really. Okay. Show the leaderboard. Oh, so we have too many toppers now. So XY. Aditi, I think, is XY. Shobit, Yatindra, Nikita, Pranay, Vaishna, Mayank, and Vamsi. Then we have Nitish, Ananya, Abhijit, Neil, JM Barboza, Anil, Uddhav, Miriala, Rajvi, N Bhavna, Shravani, and Ritesh at 5. So I think we had how many questions? 5 plus 2, 7 questions. So a lot of you got 6 correct. Great. Okay. One more issue, guys. Whenever you send me any query on mail, please don't say reply. It doesn't behoove of this. I have other commitments also. So sending me a mail right now and expecting a reply in half an hour or say tomorrow morning may not be possible, right? So have a bit of patience. Anand Padmanabhan, yes sir. Sir, if the state government works against secularism, president rule can be imposed. Example, okay. So then what about Kerala government entering Sabrimala issue? Sir, what is the issue? Where is Kerala government entering, sir? What is the problem? What is Kerala government doing, sir? It is doing nothing. In 1960s, it made a rule, that 10 to 50 year wala rule. What else has it done? Nothing. Yes, Pranay, there was an issue. I also came to know through newspaper only that some paper leak problem has happened. What can we do, sir? As I said, this is going to be a serious concern with respect to every SPSC. Some issue will happen. Sakshi extra class, hopefully from 7 to 9:30 on Saturday. So whatever is the date on Saturday, 7 to 9:30. What is the date on Saturday? 13th. Morning 7 to 9:30, not evening. Morning. Morning 7:30, sorry, 7:30 a.m. to 9:30. Sorry, 7 to 9:30 a.m. This is the tentative date and time. (13/05/23). Okay. Yes, and there are classes tomorrow and day after. We cannot shut down for elections. I mean, people in that state, you can go and vote in the morning, right? Why to wait for evening? This is not your job. The job is for me. I should be getting a leave. Extraterritorial legislation. Meaning laws which are made, which are even applicable even if you move outside the boundary of the state or the country. Shalu, it is not mandatory for the parliament to make laws. Yes, Jhansi Rani, center can take loans from the states can take loans from the center. Members of NEC, it's mentioned here, members of NEC. Look at members. The CMs and the governors of all the 8 states are members. Roshan. Can you repeat the second point? This second point, composition or interstate council. Meaning interstate council comprises of all these people. This body, council, has people, the prime minister, CM of all the states, those are members basically. Yes, Mr. Anand Padmanabhan, please tell me, sir, what is the doubt? Which book to use for mains question? Shalu, such nice questions. You solve some mock tests of various coaching institutes. There is no book for mains question, at least not one for standard things, standard questions. No, Baldev, not really. Not required to remember the names of all these member states. No. Snehilata, to be very frank, Snehilata, every state PCS is highly selective and concentrated with respect to questions it asks. State-based questions are there. It may not be of great help. UPSC preparation is a more countrywide preparation. So you may clear if you have a lot of local knowledge, but yes, it requires separate devotion to certain topics as well. Additional challenge. Northeastern Council, fourth point meaning. What is a fourth point meaning? Sir, the chairperson of the Northeastern Council is chosen by the president. Currently, Home Minister is the president, chairperson. Sai Babu. Yes, Devansh. Very good, sir. Excellent. Padmanabhan, ask me what doubt on Article 252. Ask me the doubt, please. Don't say the same thing. Can cultural diversity be the reason for India not adapting true federalism? Of course, that's one reason. We are too diverse. If we provide for too much of autonomy to states, the country can balkanize. So the idea was a holding together federation. Okay. Important amendment acts at the end. So whatever amendment acts I have mentioned, the PPTs throughout, every amendment act is important throughout the PPTs. So take that effort, mug up the PPTs. Jyoti, where is your question? Jyoti, type your question again. I can't see the question. Sakshi, addressed. Okay. Shalu, stop this spoon feeding thing. Take some effort also, na? That find out these various places, download the papers, have your own questions, divide them, select them. Nobody is going to give you this kind of selective spoon feeding. Okay, 29 questions from president. It's almost impossible. Don't expect all this here. This is not school examination. Jyoti, previous PPT? What is previous? Oh, okay. For the experts. So it will be challenging. Sir, if two or more states approve to make law by Article 252 on the some matters, sir, is the law binding? Yes, yes. On that state only. On those states. Why the entire nation? Only those states which have asked. Okay? It is binding on those states only. Not on the entire country. Okay, guys. That should be all. What will be on 13th? Tiruvaipati. Sir, 13th is Saturday. In the morning, wake up in the morning, freshen up, sit for this class in the comfort of your house and luxuries of your house. And we'll have an extra class of 2.5 hours. We'll discuss fun topics. So rights, you will not get bored. Don't worry. Rights are very interesting. Okay, that is all for me, guys. Let's meet tomorrow. Till then, Jai Hind. Oh, Baldev, your answer. Okay. 34.5, decent marks. Very good marks. I won't say average, it's above average marks. Yes, Rishan Dandor, mug up from the PPTs. 90% questions guaranteed. Okay. No, Harshita, that will not be a reason for president's rule and all. No, that's a minor law and order situation. President's rule, only three conditions, right? Either Article 365 or no government or secularism. There is no other situation. So please follow that strictly. No other reason. State government is corrupt. There's a malpractice going on, maladministration going. Nothing matters. Just those three excuses where the center can impose president's rule. Okay, that's all for me, guys. Jai Hind.